mic and all that.
It didn't affect it.
It's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was honestly your mic was fine. It was more my mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just because they're a little bit different. So
Right.
I tried to clone the settings as best as I can, but I have to adjust it for this one a little bit as we go.
So the distance I was from a mic was all good?
Yeah, that was good.
Cool.
It was actually really good.
Perfect. And this is all the junior men? No.
So
Tomorrow
this
we have-
is junior 53 up to 74, and then 120, 120 plus.
Okay.
And the mic is live.
And welcome to the 2023 Sub-Junior and Junior Ontario Provincial Championships. In these flights this afternoon, we have the Junior 53 to 74 kilo classes. And in the second flight, 120 and 120 pluses. I am Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat. And in the booth with me, I'll let you introduce yourself, sir.
What's up, guys? I am Lim here accompanying Ryan. Excited to be here, excited for these lifters.
112.5 for Alex Van in the 53 kilo class. First round of squatting underway, and 135 being loaded for Harry Farnsworth. And I got a quick moment. I'll give a shout out to some of our sponsors here. Strong Arm Sport, Body Systems Nutrition, Untamed Promotions, Inner Strength Products. I'm sure everybody's familiar with them. The Push Pull Co. and Revive Physio as Harry takes to the platform. 135 on the bar for him. Harry, a 59 kilo junior. Sporting the lovely all-black SPD singlet. And that's pretty much what you want your squat opener to look like.
Absolutely, looking very textbook with his squat.
$140 now being loaded on the bar for Liam Swing. Liam in the 6 kilo class, weighing in at 62.18. And looking at the body weight, probably could have cut to the 59 kilo class, but you're going to see a lot of these juniors opting not to cut, instead to grow into the weight class up. Not a bad idea. The more you cut, calorie deficiency, the more you're actually holding back your own growth, muscularity-wise. And your junior, sub-junior, let your body grow, develop into these weight classes. A lot of time.
Absolutely. You don't want to be missing out on kilos just to make a weight class.
It's the squat command. You got to be totally upright to get that squat command. You got to be standing upright, but also your knees need to be straight.
Absolutely, Ryan. So when it comes to these openers, typically what are we trying to look for when it comes to what makes a good opener?
Okay, so obviously you just want to get on the board, but these are all going to be looking a little bit different depending on the lifter. We talked about it before, but it bears repeating. Some people absolutely smoke their lifts quick, fast, and other people, every lift, even an opener, is going to look a little bit slow. A lot of these juniors, you don't have a lot of data points, so hopefully the coaches handling them have seen the lifters recognize, but end all, you just want to get onto the board. Some lifters, they know in their mind's eye, I got one big squat in me. Others know, hey, I could fight in my second, come around 5 more kilos and fight again in my third. It depends how much gas in the tank they have for those fights as well. Every lifter's a little bit different, my friend.
Absolutely. That is so true. I know for myself, I'm the type of lifter that has one big lift in the tank. My other 2 attempts, I'm just going to try and get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. As long as you know yourself and know what to expect. As 172.5 gets loaded for Aziz. Aziz in the 66 kilo class as well. Weighing in at 65.5. Filling out the top end of that class. Makes easy work of it. Kurt Kiofila, 182.5, and we are staying in the 66 kilo junior class.
Yeah, opening up over 400. This is huge for a 66 kilo junior. We got an interesting session for us today. We got a wide range of weight classes.
Bar is loaded with dirt. 402 pounds on the bar, opening spot.
Yeah, we're going to be from the 53s to the 74s and then the big boys, 120, 120 pluses. It's a spread. Spotters and loaders are going to be a little all over the place. That was a nice opener.
That's good. You want to take something that you know you're comfortable with.
$215 being loaded now. David Karagovsky in the 120 junior class. David weighing in at 116.77, well within the 120 kilo class.
Bar is loaded for David, 250.
Here he comes.
Nice strong walkout. What you want to see out of a squat.
Three white lights.
Hitting depth comfortably as well, which you want to see. For those at home that are not accustomed to powerlifting, you want to see that hip crease below the top of the knee in order for you to hit competition depth.
225 being loaded now for Robert Pinella in the 120 junior class. Robert weighing in at 119.02. Getting larger and larger, gentlemen. No major drama, although in the morning we saw some people miss openers and accidents do happen. It becomes nerve-wracking for the lifters, but it gets a little exciting when you're watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, you don't want to see lifters missing lifts, but it is nice to have a little bit of pressure when you're competing, and especially when you're viewing. Robert representing Team Momentum.
Relatively smooth. Look like it just might be the way he squats, but almost a stitch of hesitation at the start, but it might also be just him getting into placement.
Yes. So I've known Robert for a while. That little movement he does at the top is him setting his hinge before he goes down for his descent. Some lifters may opt for that. Some lifters start completely upright and then hinge as they squat down. You'll see that more with low bar squatting.
230 kilos being loaded now. Adriano Silva Ravilla in the 120 junior class. Over 500 pounds. And it's all hands on deck. I see Ben Langley handed off the microphone as the announcer hops onto the platform and is now spotting. When the weights get heavy enough, everybody jumps in to help.
That's how you know he's been around the block when it comes to powerlifting meets.
Yeah, he has. I remember seeing him at World Championships before. An opportunity to catch up with him in between sessions today. Nice smooth opener.
All right, Ryan. So our next two lifters, very interesting dynamic. Very good friends, I believe. They have been going at each other on social media.
Oh, give me the backstory. Give me the backstory.
The rivalry.
Is that right?
Yes, friendly rivalry, of course, between Daniel and Ethan. As you can see, based off their openers, they are very close in total.
If I look at the forecast, and forecasts change, 712.5 and 710. Yeah, we're within 2.5 kilos here. Daniel Frolin, 262.5 for his opener.
Yes, these two lifts are very close. We already got some Team Ackerman in the house. It's going to be very interesting to see how their totals develop throughout the lifts. Smooth opener.
Long way up, long way down, but he hits it. Nice smooth opener. And Daniels on the board. Up next, Ethan Ackerman, 267.5. They went tit for tat on social media, and they're going tit for tat on the platform now. The talking is done, and now it's time to shift some weights, gentlemen.
Absolutely, and it's exciting when you're going back to back.
There can only be one.
Exactly.
Especially looking on the forecast. Now, the forecast takes completed lifts and your openers for the bench and the deadlift. On the forecast so far, anyways, they're only 2.5 kilos away from each other, taking their openers into account. Now, a lot can happen after your openers. Some people open high, some people open conservative. I get it. But it looks like it's going to be a close battle.
Absolutely. That's where the game planning comes in. Like you said, some people like to open super low, finish high. So we'll see how the attempts progress.
There's also a bit of a weight discrepancy, so Ethan will need to get the bigger total and not tie on body weight.
I will say, Ethan had a little bit more of a sticking point on his attempt.
I agree. It just depends on the type of squatter he is. Maybe there's always a bit of a sticking point, so we'll have to see as it progresses. But I did notice that.
Yeah. Brings a little more excitement into it.
Alex Van, we're back to the top of the order, second round of squatting, 120 for Alex Van. We're in the 53 kilo junior class now.
Thank you to the spotters and loaders, making sure everything is loaded correctly. Our lifters are safe.
$53 kilo class, exclusively in sub juniors and juniors. So at some point, Alex is going to have to move up into the 59 kilo class when he joins the Open. Weighing in at 49.07 kilos. That looks good. Nice, smooth second attempt. So Alex will need to put on 10 kilos of body weight. Well, I mean, I say that actually you don't have to weigh 59 kilos. You can weigh less, but
yes,
you'll be at a disadvantage.
And his list will probably love him for that.
That's no doubt. That is no question. Harry Farnsworth now in the 59 kilo juniors, 140 being loaded for him. 5 kilo jump from his opener. Almost forgot to clasp his belt.
A little bit important.
Difficult to do when you're halfway down, let me tell you. Very difficult to do.
Really good squat. Looked a little heavy on his back when he was walking out, but that squat was very smooth.
145 now being loaded for Liam Swing. And we are going to move into the 66 kilo junior class. A little hesitancy there. Coming through the midpoint on the rise. You can see the sticking point starting to show.
Yes.
He completes it.
Typically with high bar squatters, you will see that coming out the hole. Might be a little bit more of a sticking point. We'll see what he loads for his third attempt.
And 177.5. Yeah, look at that 5 kilo jump for Liam for the third attempt. And I think that's probably a good idea. 177.5 for Aziz. And we are staying in the 66 kilo class. We have a few 66s here. Talked about a battle in the 120s. But Aziz and Kurt, relatively close in the forecast as well. It's going to be a battle in the 66s.
Yeah, we saw a couple battles earlier today in our first session. Always makes for some great, entertaining lifting.
Wow. Okay, so he's making easy work of that. Given how close the battle's going to be, and he's on forecast, slightly behind, do you think a more aggressive approach for that third squat by Aziz?
Absolutely. That 5 kilo jump from his first to second was very conservative. Depending on how Kurt's next squat might dictate. Oh, nice. So 185. There you go.
So Aziz's handler's putting in 185. 7.5 kilo jump. I was thinking around 7.5 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to cover some ground.
Absolutely.
You got to start taking a little bit of risks if you're going to mitigate that gap. 190 for Kurt. In the 66s, you see the battle starting to unfold here. It's going to be tight. But like Matt Gary, who's the game day GOAT, always says, go 9 for 9 and your chances of winning increase exponentially.
Absolutely.
You want to be bold, but not start missing.
Both of their attempts looking very similar.
3 whites, yeah. I think Kurt's second took a little more work. I think Aziz's second was less work. However, Kurt had a substantially heavier second, so it makes sense. Just got to see, can Kurt hit his third?
Exactly.
If Kurt misses and Aziz hits, this is how these gaps start getting mitigated. It's going to be a game of inches as 227.5 gets loaded for David Karagovsky, and we move to the 120 juniors.
Bar is loaded. 502 pounds on the bar.
7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
We got Rocky on the platform now. Just attempted a 700-pound deadlift.
David, 3 white lights, 2 for 2 in the squat so far. And 240 will be loaded for Robert Panilla. 15 kilo jump from his opener. And we stay in the 120s.
So Ryan, I had a chance to talk to Rocky after he competed. I asked him, "Oh man, like what happened with that deadlift?" He told me he didn't re-chalk his hand.
You won't make that mistake twice, sir.
Who knows what could have been?
I think we got a lot left of meats coming out of that young man.
Oh,
We'll
for sure.
get a lot of questions answered by him in due time. And Robert, 15 kilo jump from his opener. $240.
Shifted a little back onto his heels, but recovered.
Yeah. Chest bowed a little bit of work, but he's got some room to spare for that third. Spotters and loaders loading 245 for Adriano. And look at that. Next two lifters, Ackerman and Froland, 275 both. Neck and neck. The battle continues, but first, Adriano, 245. There's that pronounced hinge.
Smooth second attempt. That's exactly what you want to see. A little bit of effort, but you could tell there's more in the tank.
275 being loaded for Ethan Ackerman. Is it Ackerman or Ackerman? Do you know?
Ackerman.
Ackerman.
I believe, yeah. I believe it's Ackerman.
Oh, you're on the record for setting it, so I'm off the hook. See, veteran move right there. Veteran move right there. Ackerman knows Daniel's coming right after him with 275 as well. He wants to hit this and keep pace. These gentlemen are going to go toe-to-toe all day, starting with the squats. That looks good. And the pop as the hips come through at the top. Strong finish.
You could almost say it looked exactly like his opener.
And 275 stays on the bar as the spotters and loaders change the rack height for Daniel Froland. These fellas had hyped this clash online, and it's already living up. Wow, okay, look. It looked adept to me. We'll see what the judges say, but no, okay. I was about to say that was a lot more work, though, if we're comparing the two
It
lifts.
definitely was. Even so, if he chooses to reattempt 275, Ethan Ackerman would only have him, if he succeeds his third attempt, he'd only have him by 5 kilos.
Yeah, it stays tight. Look, all is not lost, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Along the way, people are going to miss lifts. Daniel comes back, hits 275. Even if Ethan goes 3 for 3, Ethan with 280 as his third, that's a 5 kilo spread, which is entirely manageable over the course of the bench and the deadlift. It's still a close race. It's just, as juniors, you got to see how they respond, and why did Daniel have these issues with 275 the first time around? Can he fix it for the second time around? You can do some things technically in the next 5-10 minutes. You're not going to get a lot stronger. Okay? So what was the issues? We're going to find out. 127.5 for Alex Van
Alex
in the
Van
53 kilo class.
is representing Make Your Mark.
$49 kilo Alex Van. 127.5. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the squat event. 7.5 kilo jump. 120 move well.
Very well.
I don't think 7.5 kilos should break him. It's about what I expected.
He also secures that 2.5 times body weight squat with that one.
145 for Harry Farnsworth in the 59 kilo class. 5 kilo jump for Harry. Good, solid, consistent lift by Harry. 2-1, it's good. Liam Swing up next, 150 kilos as we move into the 66 kilo junior class.
Liam is quite tall for a 6. Definitely has some space to grow into the class a little bit more.
Yeah, and possibly beyond. I mean, he weighed in at 62 kilos and change. But with that kind of height, could easily envision him as a 74 when all things are said and done. Oop, nice catch by the spotters. Yeah, I don't know why Rocky's so quick and fast on his feet when you see him on the platform there. The guy squatted 600, benched 400, and had 700 in his hands. And he's hustling and bustling.
I think he still thinks he's competing.
Yeah, well, it's appreciated. I'd feel a lot better if I knew he was spotting me as well. If I had his arms behind me, I'd load it up. You're safe. 185 for Aziz being loaded. And Aziz, in the midst of a battle with Kurt Kiofila, or Fila, for the 66 kilo title. These gentlemen very close on the forecast. It's going to come down to who hits, who misses. Thus far, both of them hit. Both looking to go 3 for 3.
Aziz had a very smooth second attempt.
Yeah, so I was thinking 185 should move smooth. That looked like his second attempt moved.
Yeah, he definitely had more in the tank.
20/20 hindsight, but you know he's going to look back. Like, might have left a few kilos on the table. You never know until after the fact. It's a lot easier afterwards looking back.
That is true, but a made attempt is better than a missed one.
Yeah, that's for sure. 195 on the bar for Kurt. Kurt weighing a little lighter than Aziz. If this comes down to body weight, and they both have the same total, he's going to have the advantage there. But Aziz has lot number advantage if they end up loading the same weight on the bar in their travels, and that might happen in the deadlifts. Oh, what's going on here? I was looking at the scoreboard. I didn't see why they told him to go back.
For those of you at home, you must have all your equipment on
Did he
before you
not?
step. Unfortunately, his wrist wrap was not fully placed.
I
He
gotcha.
now has 15 seconds before.
I hope he knows he's got to hurry up here. 10 seconds. He looks like he's going to wind down. 3 seconds. I don't think he realized that the start clock did not read. He's going to miss this. That's oh, I think the clock wound down on him though.
Yeah, I believe that is an OLED.
I mean, it'd be a shame that he squatted that and wasted the energy though.
Yeah,
You only have so much energy. I would have preferred knowing.
especially with how tight it is, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's extremely tight between Kurt and Aziz, and it just got tighter now in the forecast. 490 for Aziz and 492.5 for Kurt. Now that just takes the openers, obviously, and who knows what happens once they start benching and deadlifting. Some people make bigger jumps than others, but once again, we started off 2.5 kilos separate them. After a round of squatting, 2.5 kilos separate them in the forecast. 235 for David Karagovsky. We're in the 120s. Three white lights.
Now, Ryan, third attempt squats are an interesting one, as for some people, they don't want to completely empty the tank, as that might not be their strong suit. And for others, that is where they gain their lead.
It's a game of negotiation. Your third squat is going to impact your third deadlift. And if you want to go all out and grind on your third squat, you might not have as much on your last deadlift. And if you're planning on deading last, so that you get to see exactly how much you load, that's all part of strategy. You got to know your lifter. 250, Robert Panilla in the 120s. And it's not out of question Robert ends up on the podium for the 120s. Him and David battling for a podium position. Well, actually, as I look there, Adriano has a bit of a spread here, yeah. As I'm looking on the forecast. I mean, a lot can change with forecasting, bench, deadlift.
People still have to make their attempts.
Yeah. Anything can happen, so. Ooh, whoa.
Wow.
Great effort. Let's see if it was depth. And it is. 3 white lights.
Next, 255 kilos. At this point, playing
255 loaded for Adriano Silva Revilla. And it's Adriano who's pacing for the bronze if everything goes as forecast as currently, but never really the case. We always have some shakeups. Some people overextend and some people surprise you.
Absolutely. In a meet setting, there's so many different variables. Of course, you could only do what you can.
255 kilos, third place.
Nice third squat. Good attempt selection. 3 white lights.
Next,
And Adriano goes 3 for 3 in the squat event as the spotters and loaders load 275. So Daniel Frolin once again can attempt this weight, missed 275 on his second attempt. And Ethan Ackerman, whom hit 275, now is 280 after that. Daniel does not want to fall behind.
Yeah, he's just going to have to dig a little bit deeper on this next one.
I think he needed to get caught, though, on this, too, not just depth, right? If I remember correctly. I think it was a catch, but either way, a little tidying up, a little raising of intensity can go a long way. He hits this, he's right back in the hunt. Depth looks good.
Unfortunately, it's
catch.
not there today.
And now Nathan Ackerman 280, or Ethan Ackerman 280. He's really trying to increase his spread. Way too early to say putting the nail in the coffin on this, but he would like to make a statement. Give himself certainly some room now where he doesn't have to take as many risks and chances. Daniel will have to if he's going to catch up at all. And it's not without reason to say Daniel can't still catch up. So got 2 more events. For all we know, Daniel can go 6 for 6 the remainder of the day, and Ethan might start missing lifts.
I don't know
not
if you
over
caught
yet.
that, Ryan, but there were some trap slaps going.
Ooh, trap slaps. Things are getting serious. Have to see if the judges like the depth. 3 white lights, they do. Ethan, 3 for 3 in the squat event. Big 280 kilo squat. And we move directly into flight B. So we're going to start with the first round of squats, and Ethan Campbell in the 74 kilo class will attempt 165 kilos. And if you're wondering why it's split like this, we just had too many 74s to go into the first flight. You don't want to split them up so they can all go head to head. So this flight will have 74s, 120 pluses, and that's that. Then we'll go back, take a short break, and be into the bench press. Ethan Campbell, 165. That looks good. Sometimes when you have these mixed flights and it's different weight classes, you got to make sure you're letting the viewers know, all right, this gentleman is from this weight class, this gentleman's from that weight class. In this flight, it's 74s and 120 pluses. Pretty sure you'll be able to tell once they hit the platform which weight class they're in. But feel free to point it out anyways, just in case.
Absolutely, Ryan.
So there's no confusion. 167.5 for Angelo. Moved well. 3 white lights, he's on the board.
Definitely has more in the tank.
And 170 now being loaded for Chevy. Reimer.
Bar is loaded.
Good walkout, taking his time with it. Wow.
Makes easy work of it.
Very fast out the hole. Definitely has a lot more in the tank.
$180 now being loaded for Ryan Mood.
Bar is loaded.
And as we look ahead in the forecast, it does look like we're going to have a battle in the 74 kilo class as well. High bar squatter. 3 white lights and it's good.
Next. 182.5.
Now, as you mentioned before, it should be easy to distinguish the 74s and the 120 plus. There is no doubt that Jerome is in the 120 plus because this man reaches the ceiling.
Weighing in at 126.89, 182.5 kilos loaded for his first squat of the day. Yeah, that'd be quite the cut to 74 for this young man. I don't even think Kedrick could get him down to this. It would take a miracle. Three white lights for Jerome.
That squat has a long distance to travel.
Yeah,
Very
yeah, that's a long distance. Elevator to the basement and right back to the top. 187.5 for Brendan.
Bar is loaded. 187.5 kilos for Brandon.
That's a smooth opening squat for Brendan. And technically speaking, Brendan looks very much on point.
Absolutely. He looks very natural when he squats.
It looks like if the fight comes, he's not going to get pulled out of position. And he'll be good for 192.5 for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class.
Bar is loaded. Adrian, 192.5 kilos.
That was easy.
Adrian's squat as well looks very natural. Straight up and down.
Seeing more high bar squats than I'm used to. I'm wondering if those will stick around as these lifters continue to progress. It's not often you see a high bar squat in powerlifting. You do
Well,
see them.
Especially with these juniors. Typically, the first kind of squat you learn is a high bar squat. And as these lifters progress their lifting careers, maybe that transition low bar might come after.
Bar is loaded for Davey, 210 kilos.
210 kilos.
For Damie,
Wow, another large gentleman weighing in at 142.37.
we are back up to the ceiling, Ryan.
These are massive juniors.
I love to see that out of Dami. He, just from social media and talking to him here and there, he's had to rebuild his squat a lot, and his squat looking that natural to him is a really good sign.
What does he go by? Sorry?
Dami.
Dami?
Dami.
Okay. .210 stays on the bar, but the height needs to be adjusted for Frederick Callahan.
Bar is loaded for 210 kilos on the bar.
Smooth opener for Frederick.
Three white lights, and he's on the board. As the spotters and loaders will get 215 kilos ready for Mark Halka.
Bar is loaded for 215 kilos.
Smooth opening squat there.
Ryan,
Again, technically proficient.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. These juniors are getting really strong. Opening up with near 3 times bodyweight squats. Huge.
245 being loaded now for Ian Bett. Bett weighing in at 163.4.
Back up to the 20 plus rack heights on squat.
245 kilos on the bar.
That will be the final squat. Then we'll start back up at the top of the order for the second round of squats. Three white lights. No major struggle for him.
We are green across the board for Flight B openers.
And 177.5 loaded for Ethan Campbell. Back to the top of the order for the second round of squats.
Bar is loaded for Ethan, 177.5 kilo. Second attempt spot. Let's go.
Three white lights. And yeah, we haven't had a single miss so far in this flight.
Exactly what you want to see. Good attempt selection so far.
Angelo Matires 180 for his second attempt. 12.5 kilo jump. Just a stitch under 400 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Angelo, 180 kilos, second attempt.
Looks confident as he unracks.
Ooh. Not. We'll see what they say about the depth. Okay, the depth is good. It's just the angle. Difficult to tell sometimes.
Yeah, it did look like he was riding the line there.
When you're riding that line, as long as it falls favorable to you, okay. Economical. And 180 stays in the bar. Chevy Reimer. Up next, 10 kilo jump from his opener.
180 kilos, second attempt.
And Chevy takes a 10 kilo jump pretty easily. I mean, I would expect another 10 kilos or more. What do you think?
I could see him definitely taking easily 5, maybe 7.5. If him and his coach are very confident and based off his training before, 10 kilos is there, I think I would take it.
I'm pushing my chips to the middle. I'm going 10. I'm going 10. 190, Ryan Mood.
And you know what? They did go with the 10.
Fortune favors the bold, my friend. Speaking of 10-kilo jumps, Ryan opting for a 10-kilo jump here from his opener.
Is squatting high bar.
Three white lights. $195 kilos. Jerome taking let me see here. 12.5 kilo jump. That took me longer than I would have liked to do that math.
It's all right, Ryan. We all have those days. It's getting later into the day now. Jerome representing Make Your Mark.
$126 junior here.
Wow. That is an impressive squat. His stance is honestly very narrow for his
Three white lights. 195 stays on the bar as Brandon comes out for a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Bar is loaded for Brandon. 195 kilos.
Brandon has Coach Austin Ryan by his side. I would feel very confident to have him as my game day handler. And that second attempt shows that. Let's see what the judges say. Good lift.
And what do you think? Another 7.5 kilos, or would you? Yeah.
I think it's there. He isn't falling out of his groove at all. It may be slowing down, but the effort is still there. More in the tank for sure.
Yeah, no technical breakdowns. The bar slows, which you would expect from first and second attempts. I echo, 7.5 kilos sounds about right in 202.5 for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class. Adrian weighing in at 72.1, so probably doesn't cut at all to make the 74s. Or if he did, he cut way too much.
Based off that squat, I don't think he cut at all.
Look at that. If you would have just shown me that squat and said, guess what attempt it would be, I'd say opener.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He's got a lot left in him. And Adrian pacing for a bronze medal, but Brendan and him, even on the projected, 10 kilos spread, but that's still 10 kilos can be overcome. That 10 kilo spread is where Adrian's going to collect on his third attempt. And I think he's going to be good for it. But first, 220 for Frederick Callahan. And Frederick in a battle for the Ontario Provincial Championship with Mark Hulka. Both of them super close in the forecast. This is 10 kilos Frederick can use towards that total. Three white lights.
Wasn't too difficult, but it definitely wasn't easy. Let's see what he loads.
225 being loaded now for Mark Hulka. Mark and Frederick super close in the squat battle. Fred moves ahead 5 kilos, but Mark can move ahead of him 5 kilos if he can hit this 225. In the forecast, just 7.5 kilos separates them, and we have all of bench press and deadlift left to go. This is going to be a tight one. Both of these gentlemen, some of the bigger 74s. Technically speaking, on point. Bar slows a little bit, but it is a second attempt.
He will most likely be trying to get into the 500s on his third, with that last attempt being at 496 pounds. Got Dami up next, jumping 20 kilos.
Yeah, Dami, 230 being loaded on the bar for him, 20 kilo jump. And he had literally no issues whatsoever with 210. I think he just took a nice, smooth, easy opener, not risking anything. Just get on the board. Expecting him to have no major troubles with this 20 kilo jump.
We do usually see guys in the bigger, heavier weight classes saving all-out attempts for their third, taking more conservative attempts for that first. Wow.
And the speed and ease with which he hit that, plenty more in the tank. I don't know. He looked like he could take another 20 kilo jump to me, if I'm honest.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
And 255 being loaded for Ian Bet. And Dami taking a 15 kilo jump, it looks like. 245 will be his third.
R is loaded for Ian. 255 kilos, 560 pounds.
Ian squatting over 262 pounds. Little bit of a sticking point, but as soon as he passes it, it's smooth from there.
Three white lights, and now we begin the third and final round of squats as Angelo will kick us off with 185 kilos. He took 180 for his second attempt, a 5 kilo jump.
Bar is loaded. 185 kilos for Angelo. Start of the third attempt.
For those of you unaccustomed to kilo plates, this is just over 4 pound plates a side.
The Jim Bro conversion again. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Got to do it for the people. Ooh.
Second there. Might have lost some tension. And instead of chasing bad money, let the spotters know I'm going to need some help here, gentlemen.
Honestly, sometimes that is the move to make. Saving your energy instead of grinding it out and not even getting it. Sometimes just isn't worth it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Still got a bench press, still got a deadlift. A lot left to go, and 185 stays in the bar for Ethan Campbell.
See what the judges say? Live.
2-1, it's good. 7.5 more kilos towards Ethan's total. And 190 now being loaded on the bar for Chevy as we stay in the 74 kilo class.
Bar is loaded for Chevy. 190 kilos. Third attempt.
Takes his time with his walkout. Big scream from him on the way up. Looked very easy for him.
Depth was on point. 2-1, it's good. And Chevy 3 for 3 at the Ontario Powerlifting Championships in the squad event. Ryan Mood now up next. 192.5 being loaded for him as we stay in the 74 kilo class.
Bar is loaded for Ryan. 192.5 kilos. Third attempt.
High bar, Ryan gets it done.
That's a good lift for Ryan.
Just a 2.5 kilo jump from his second, but he collects those 2.5 kilos towards his total.
It was definitely the safe call, but sometimes you don't want to gamble with your attempts. You only have 9 of them.
Yeah, and not only can you be throwing away kilos you could have earned on the third, but the gas in the tank, you know, we had said before, your third squat greatly impacts your third deadlift.
For Brandon.
And 202.5 for Brendan.
Third attempt squat.
Brendan, so far in the forecast in fourth, but not so far back that a possible podium finish is out of reach. Going 3 for 3 in a squat event is going to help that. It looks like it's done it.
Good 3
205 kilos now being loaded for Jerome. Back in the 120 pluses. Jerome taking a 10-kilo jump from 195.
This is just over 451 pounds.
52 pounds on the bar. Third attempt for Jerome.
Oh, it's a scrap, but he's good for it.
Three white lights.
And I think that was obviously perfectly selected for the third attempt. 2.5 kilos more than that. Might have been asking for too much.
Yeah, again, he saved enough gas from his previous attempts to make that look really good.
212.5 being loaded now for Adrian. Adrian in the middle of a 74-kilo battle himself. With Brandon going 3 for 3 in the squat event and not far behind in the projected. Adrian really wants to go 3 for 3 as well and trying to push back that charge. If he can go 3 for 3, it's going to greatly increase his chances of a podium finish at the Ontario Championships. Wow, that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, he performed the exact same movement for each attempt. Of course, a little bit slower each time with the added weight, but I think it's safe to say he had a little bit more in the tank.
So Fred Callahan now will take 227.5. Fred finds himself in the midst of a battle with Mark Halka for the Ontario Provincial Championships. It's going to be close. Who's going to hit and who's going to miss on their third and final squat? It could help sway the battle.
He hits the squat, and it is good.
And that was absolutely pivotal for Callahan to stay in this hunt. Trailing ever so slightly behind Mark, he could not afford to miss. Goes 3 for 3 in the squat event and applies pressure on Mark. Now has to hit this third squat to maintain this lead. Should Mark miss, it's a different conversation. It's going to be tight either way as we enter into the bench press event.
Mark is Mark 232.5.
Oh, wow. And with that miss, we are neck and neck between Mark and Fred. In the projected, both of them exactly 567.5. This is close, Lim.
Yes, Mark did have the advantage off opener. But now, just as we saw, execution means everything. And unfortunately, that miss cost him his lead.
It's a costly miss. 245. Tammy in the 120 pluses.
So as we mentioned before, some of the bigger guys tend to have one good rep, and that's it. Based off his 230, I think he's trying to leave it all on the platform.
Now, I said after 230, I thought he'd be good for 250, so I'm expecting him to hit this.
Bar is loaded for Johnny. 245 kilos, 540 pounds, 30 squat.
Looks confident on that walkout.
Little bit of work in the midpoint, but he's able to battle through it. 2-1, that's good.
That's a good thing.
Very good third attempt selection. 35 kilos between his opener and his final attempt.
And he's a tall man. That is a big core to have to brace. And he's lucky he did, because when the fight came, chest stayed upright, and he's able to battle through it and lock it out. As 265 is loaded for Ian Bett.
This is the final squat of the day. After this, we will have a 10-minute intermission.
Three white lights. Ian goes 3 for 3, and that'll do it for this session of squatting as we take a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere, and we will return with the bench press event. And we are back. The Ontario Provincial Championships 2023. I'm Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat, and we have the bench press event, 2 flights. The first flight beginning with the 53s, ending in the 70, up to the 74s, 120, and then the second flight is all the 74s and 120 pluses. There we are. So the 53s, 59s, and 66s and 120s in the first flight. And we got some battles. Battles in the 120s, battles in the 74s.
Bar is loaded 72.5 kilos.
And 72.5 kilos for Alex Van. Opening bench press. That was unexpected. What happened there? He looks almost a little surprised. He never got the start command, so he's all good to go. Nope. It's happening again, though. He did get the start command, though.
Yes, I think he's having some trouble with the rack.
It's weird, though. You know, from my angle, I couldn't really see, but
Yeah, it seems the left side there was getting clipped by the rack. Yes, these Rogue racks, they're very nice, but very bulky.
I mean, obviously, it's opening weight, so we could adjust, move his body weight down the bench, attempt it again. This is why when you're choosing an opening weight, choose a weight that, even in the worst possible circumstances, if you have to make adjustments on the day, you're not happy you have to, but you have to, you could do it.
Yeah,
It's a weight you could do almost flat backed if you got to under very bad situations.
typically with bench openers, we have Kurt here.
Yeah, 92.5 for Kurt in the 66 kilo class. I got a bit of an opportunity here. I give a quick shout out to a couple of our sponsors, Strong Arm Sport and TNT Print House. Nicely done there by Kurt. As well as Inner Strength Products, a good hub if you need to get your equipment for powerlifting. Make sure you visit them at Inner Strength. They've been around for a long time. And 92.5 stays on the bar for Harry.
Harry is in the 59 kilo men's weight class.
Harry went 3 for 3 in the squats. Looking to keep that positive momentum.
Absolutely. The power of going 3 for 3 is sometimes underrated. That confidence that you carry over can mean a lot. Good opener for Harry.
Yeah, Harry leaves the platform calm, cool, collected. It's always a little suspect when you see a lifter leave the platform celebrating an opener. Like my friend, what were the expectations coming in here? How
Very
much were you
true.
rolling the dice with your opener that you're celebrating that victory?
Yeah, typically, as we were speaking with about before, openers should be fairly easy. Something you could even take for reps.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And not many of the juniors are cutting, but as you get into the open, on the upper echelon of the open, particularly like the world championships, when you're cutting weight, you never know how that weight cut's going to impact your bench press. Your opening bench press isn't a lift you want to start gambling. Take something you know you can hit. And 100 kilos for Liam Swing. We're in the 66 kilo class.
Little bit of a sticking point. Probably wanted that to move a little bit better, but completed the lift. 3 white lights.
Staying in the 66 kilo class, staying with 100 kilos, Aziz. And Liam and Aziz, pretty close in the projected. 5 kilos separates them. In the projected, that's silver and bronze. And still only 7.5 kilos above that is the projected gold with Kurt. So it is going to be a battle on the podium for the 66 kilo class. Every lift is going to count. And Aziz makes easy work of his opener. Wow. Yeah, taking no chances there. 115 was easy. Do you train with Robert or just on social media follow? In or around the same circles. Gotcha. Adriano Silva Revilla won 42.5 for his opening bench in the 120 kilo class. Adriano going over the liftoff, and that's important. Don't complain afterwards if you didn't tell the spotters and loaders what you wanted. That was smooth. $165 now being loaded for David Karagovsky in the 120 kilo class.
These are some big openers. Well over 350 pounds.
David 3 for 3 in the squad event. Handles that with ease, and he is all smiles as he walks off the platform. $170 now, getting loaded for Ethan Ackerman.
Yes, and again, these attempts for both Ethan Ackerman and Daniel Frowlin matter a lot as they are so close in total.
Just 10 kilos separate them in the projected. And a lot can happen over the course of the bench and the deadlift. Ethan has a tentative lead after the squad event going 3 for 3 and Daniel only going 1 for 3. Still, it's a close race. Some sticking points there. Might just be the way he benches, but interesting to see those kind of sticking points in an opening bench.
Yeah, we can see his handler giving him a little bit more instruction.
I mean, that's interesting. It asks some questions, doesn't it? When the battle's unfolding. You know, Daniel and his team have watched that and might have gained a little inspiration from it. 175 for Daniel. If you're Daniel and his team, you're telling yourselves it ain't over yet.
You know, it's funny you say that, Ryan. I think they actually are both part of Western Strength.
Wow. It's going to be an interesting ride home, isn't it?
Exactly. His team might be the same.
Who's paying for dinner tonight? By contrast, Daniel, easy work at 175. Not sure what to make of it. Ethan might always bench like that. But if we're comparing the openers, Daniel has, appearing-wise, more room to grow in the bench press event.
Very true. But then, with that being said, if it does come down to deadlifts, that's where they will both push each other in attempt selection.
Alex Van, 72.5. Alex missed this on his opener. If you remember, it looked like he was hitting the clip of the squat rack. I couldn't see from my point of view, vantage point. I could just see something was happening.
I believe now he is asking for a handoff to help with that.
And he's going to have to adjust. And this is all just character building for this young man. You got 2 more attempts. Set up differently if you have to. Set up lower on the bench. Get the handoff to over your chest. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. It'll get him away from the squat rack. Yeah, he's cleared it nice there. And there it is.
Very good adjustments. I believe it's Alex's second meet, and he's showing his class there by retaking 72.5.
Yeah, these are some learning experiences. In 97.5 being loaded for Kurt Keofila in the 66 kilo class. Kurt pacing for 497. But but there's other 66s also pacing in the 490s. And we got ourselves a battle. He doesn't want to miss. Oh, wow.
Unfortunate.
And forecasted for first, slips to being forecasted for second. A lot of lifting left to go, but that's how close this is. One miss, and you can lose a ranking.
We'll see how he adjusts for his third.
Harry Farnsworth now, 97.5 as well. Harry in the 59 kilo class.
Little bit of shakiness there. It is a good lift, but you have to ask, how much more does he have left after that attempt?
It's been an interesting bench session. We had some missed openers, rebounds, missed seconds, and some of the openers were a little tougher than we expected, so it's going to be interesting to see how those seconds go.
Yes, and with placement being so close between these athletes,
some of these battles, this is going to be a pivotal bench session, and it's not often you say that, but this one, we're seeing a bit of a shakeup. In 105 for Liam Swing in the 66 kilo class.
Ryan, it makes me excited that bench is so important.
Are you a bencher?
I am a bencher. See what the judges say. 2-1, no lift. Now, when it comes to bench press attempt selection, as we have Aziz with 107.5 kilos, you don't want to open too heavy, but you also don't want to open too light. You want to try and secure what's there. Sometimes that extra 2.5 on a second attempt or even third could be make or break.
7.5 kilo jump from his opener. If he hits this, he's in good standing pole position in the 66 kilo class, and he does. Look, his 170 moved well. 7.5 kilos slowed him down a little bit. But I'd say he's got at least 2.5 kilos left in him for a third. Depends how ambitious they want to get. He's in the midst of a very tight battle, though.
Absolutely. That 2.5 could be very important heading into deadlifts.
Oh, wow. They're going 5. Oh, wow. Well.
Depending on how he is as a bencher, what he's hit in training, maybe that is all part of the plan.
It's tough. Sometimes, yeah. It's the pressure you get applied by the other competitors. And are they making you feel the pressure and getting greedy? Sometimes. Or if he hits this, that's 5 kilos towards his total. In a tight race, that's going to go a long way. 125 for Robert Panella. We are in the 120 kilo class. Easy work for him.
Yeah, Ryan, not only that, bench press is a highly technical lift that is so much more different once you actually step on the platform. And you're not benching to your own standard. You must bench to the standard of the judge you have. So for these lifters, you have to be ready for it.
A lot of different infractions can happen to the bench. 3 different commands. The rule book for the bench press is extensive. So there's a lot of variables.
Making it longer.
That's right. 150, Adriano, 120 kilo class. 7.5 kilo jump. Handles that well.
Good second attempt.
I think you could probably take another 7.5 kilos. Now we're into the battle of the 120s. Ethan handled 170, we thought, pretty smoothly. Or no, sorry. Ethan took 170 relatively smoothly, but some sticking points, which was odd. It looked almost like pauses. And you don't see a lot of pauses on the way down and up in an opener unless that's how he normally benches. Maybe that's entirely normal for him, but usually for lifters, you're not seeing these sticking points so prominent in an opener. Now, 5 kilos up, we're going to really see. No sticking points. Wow, how interesting. Perhaps he's just a little, look at, he throws his hands up like, I don't know what happened last time. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why the opener had so many sticking points and turned it into.
Yeah, it almost looked like you said, like, look, I'm fine, I can do it. To the handler, you know? It's
Sometimes you get pulled out of your bar path and then things get wonky, but if you get pulled out of your bar path with your opener, you can battle through it. Get pulled out of your bar path with your third attempt, might be a different story. 182.5 for Daniel, who's chasing Ethan down and looking across that finish line before him for the 120 Ontario title. Still pretty smooth for a 7.5 kilo jump.
We'll see what he loads for his third. I could see maybe another 5 kilos on there.
Yeah, I think 5 kilos is a good idea. Here's the thing. He wants to get aggressive to try to mitigate that gap, but he doesn't want to get too aggressive that he continues to miss. Totally pulls himself out of it. And 182.5 loaded now for David Karagovsky in the 120 class.
This is a 17.5 kilo. Huge for bench.
He made easy work of that opener. Let's see if 17.5 kilos slows him down. And he really has a slingshot motion that he did not time on that one.
Yes. That's the thing with the more heave style benching. It is technical in the sense that you have to time that leg drive with that press from your triceps.
And we return to the top of the order as we enter the third round of benches. 80 kilos being loaded for Alex Van in the 53 kilo class.
Now, Alex had a mishap with the rack on his first attempt. Reattempted 72.5 on his second. This time with a handoff, and it looked really good. Now it looks like he's trying to make up some ground with a 7.5 kilo jump for his
Now,
third.
7.5 kilos is big in the bench press. Not crazy, but keep in mind this is a 53 kilo junior. It's an ambitious jump. Do you think he always wanted to end off with 80 kilos, or do you think he was going to end off a little more? What do you think?
Based off people in this, athletes in this weight class, typically 5 kilo jumps are safe. So he was probably in and around 80 to 85 for where he wanted to end. Wow.
Yeah, probably 82.5 to 85 would have been there, but ran out of attempts after he lost his opener.
And when that happens, you know, it's safer to secure that third attempt, even if it means not taking the planned third.
Yeah, still goes 2 for 3 in the bench press. Grab some more kilos. In 97.5, loaded for Kurt in the 66 kilo class. And Kurt was in pole position in the lead in the 66s. Missed the second attempt, fell behind a little bit. Looking to regain a little bit of ground here. It's a tight race. Oh no.
Just not there for him today.
Yeah, and just like that, and look, a lot can happen in the deadlift event as well. Kurt, 2 for 3 in the squat, 1 for 3 in the bench. He's got to turn around the deadlifts. Attempt selection is going to be key. He cannot keep missing. And 100 kilos even, loaded for Harry Farnsworth in the 59 kilo class.
Yeah, just as you were saying before, you have to make those attempts. Going 9 for 9 usually wins you the race.
While in contrast, Aziz, who was chasing him down, is 5 for 5 with 1 more bench to go.
Was chasing him.
Was chasing him down and now has tapped him on the shoulder and surpassed him. But again, can't hand out the medals just yet.
100%.
We got another event.
Absolutely.
Nice attempt there. It's a 3-digit bench. And 105 being loaded for Liam Swing, who missed this on his second attempt. Looking to retake it here on his third. Liam in the 66 kilo class, pacing for third. Oh my gosh.
Good fight on that.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I saw pauses, but no down ups on my angle. 3 white lights. And what a display of heart by Liam to miss 105 and have a battle like that to lock it out for his third.
A grind like that is no joke. Wow.
112.5 now being loaded for Aziz. He took the lead in the 66s. Can he keep the lead? Because as we look into the deadlifts, Kurt is opening heavier, and depending on the type of jumps Kurt wants to take, he can cover a lot of ground.
And Kurt actually does have him on body weight, so
There's some variables in Kurt's favor. The battle isn't over.
he is not out of it at all.
Aziz can use these 5 kilos. And just like that, the battle continues. Now, Aziz does have a lot advantage if it comes down to that. And 130 being loaded for Robert Panella in the 120 class.
Now, as I mentioned before, Robert is going for a PR. I'm almost certain this is a platform PR for him. 130 kilos.
Looking to go 6 for 6 at the Ontario Provincial Championships. Nicely done.
Smiling
Good.
as he completes the lift. You know he's happy about that one.
Yeah, so far it's been a perfect day for Robert. And 155 being loaded for Adriano, who also was looking to go 6 for 6. Staying in the 120s. Nicely done. What do you think about that attempt selection?
Wow.
Pretty on the money there.
Really good, really good. He almost lost it for a second, but he muscled it up. Very good bench from Adriano.
180 kilos now being loaded for Ethan. Should both of these gentlemen hit, Ethan will be ahead with a projected 732.5, but Daniel not far behind with 725. Just 7.5 kilos separating them, and that's an easy gap to mitigate in the deadlift event. The battle still rages on. Ethan could really use these 5 kilos.
Oh,
Yeah, looks
bumped
like
it on the way up. Good
looks like he
lift.
picked it up. Quite the dramatic bench press event for him. Even his opener was a battle,
Yeah, exactly.
and still managed to go 3 for 3 somehow, despite
make-
his opener being a battle.
Gotta make your handler
You-
sweat sometimes.
that's
you know?
right. 182.5 for David Karagovsky. Missed this on his second, retaking it on his third. If you remember, this is a little bit of a slingshot motion, and I don't know if it was the timing that was off, the tension that he was having to catch it. Can he make the adjustments?
There it
looks like he
is.
might have. Oh, did he get the re-rack command? I think he just sailed it into. Oh, he did. I wasn't sure. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, me neither.
There was a bit of a timing thing where.
He got the lift. Good on him.
Yep, 2-1.
Sure, he's happy about that one.
No, yeah, very few lifters protest their own lifts.
Very true.
Very, very few. That's a very small statistic.
Actually, I don't know if any lifter
Well,
has ever contested their own lift.
187.5. Daniel's coming out. He could use these kilos.
Yes, he can, but if you remember, his last attempt wasn't the easiest lift. I wouldn't be surprised if this was here today, though.
If he hits this, he's 7.5 kilos behind Ethan on the projected. If he misses, he's 5 more kilos on top of that. Oh, wow. And that's unfortunate. It's going to be difficult. It's not over yet, but going 1 for 3 in squat, 2 for 3 in bench, when your rival's gone 6 for 6, it's tough. It's tough to win that way.
Of course, but like we mentioned before, when it comes to attempt selection and openers, some people like to open really low, finish super high.
Let's
And,
hope that's the case for Daniel in his deadlift.
Yeah,
If you're a Daniel fan, you are really pulling for a big deadlift.
100%.
It's not over yet, but it's getting more and more tough. And we move into flight 2. First round of benching, Chevy, 95 kilos. My goodness, that was a fast opener. $105 now being loaded for Ethan Campbell. Ethan 3 for 3 in the squat event. And we are in the 74 kilo class.
So again, for this flight, Ryan, we got some battles up ahead. 74 kilo weight class. We got a battle for first and second, as well as third and fourth.
Three white lights. $110 for Angelo, nice and smooth. Angelo on the board and the bench press, and 110 being loaded, or staying on the bar rather, for Ryan Mood in the 74-kilo class. And when it comes to the openers, Lim, no news is good news.
That is very true.
But every now and then, things get a little spicy.
For sure. And it's a little bit easier on the viewer than it is for the athlete. We always hope for the athletes to have an easy time with their opener. We had some of that drama in the last fight. Let's see if we have it here.
Oh, you got to think about ratings, Lim. Not
True.
with your heart.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Three white lights.
Got our first 120 plus bencher coming out.
Coming out to 120. Demi. Three for three in the squats. And judging by his opening squat, which looks super easy for him, I think he's pacing himself well because his opening squat was super easy. Last squat looked like he didn't have any of the kilos left in him. I think the attempt selection so far on him has been very well, and I think that's going to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It almost looked like the bar was empty on that one.
$120 stays on the bar for Brendan. And yeah, Demi, if you're wondering, taking a 15-kilo jump, that's the same size jump he took on squats. Usually you don't take the same kilo jumps on bench as you do squats. So he's really taking no chances on his opening bench.
He's got some long arms too, so you know that,
Fair enough.
That range
Fair
of motion
enough.
might be the same.
Well, that might be going a little far. Three white lights. And 127.5 for Mark in the 74-kilo class. Mark in a neck-and-neck battle with Fred Callahan. And the battle continues to be this close in the bench. Both gentlemen opening with the exact same weight of 127.5. Both gentlemen with the exact same projected of 567.5. This is a tight one.
Absolutely. Going into this opener, Frederick does have 2.5 on projected subtotal. But we'll see how these openers move.
Yeah, Mark's opening slightly heavier in the deadlifts. Mark is also slightly heavier when he weighed in, so he's going to have to break that tie in out pull. Well, three white lights as 127 moved pretty well. We're going to see a back-to-back here and be able to compare how well Fred can move his opening bench.
Oh,
Oh,
Ryan,
wow.
we got a close one.
Wow. This is gonna be tight.
Based off the eye test, they were almost identical.
So Mark is going up to 135. Let's see if Fred follows suit. 135. That's 7.5 kilo jump. I suspect it'll be. I don't think Fred's going more than 7.5 kilos. I think they're going to keep pace and do 135 as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Then we'll see how 135 moves back to back to each of these lifters. Can't imagine, but we'll let you know what Fred and his team put in. 137.5.5.
Wow.
They're going up 10 kilos. Is it overly ambitious? I don't know. When you're in tight battles, sometimes you get pressed. Sometimes the lifter rises to the occasion. Sometimes you overreach. What an interesting turn of events. 132.5 for Jerome in the 120 pluses.
Wow.
Makes easy work of it.
Jerome's bench rack height is taller than most lifters' squat rack height. Most lifters, including myself.
135 for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class. On forecast in the bronze medal position. But it's tentative because Brendan isn't far behind in fourth place, within 5 kilos on the projected forecast.
So between Brendan and Adrian, which is the third and fourth place 74s, it looks like it's going to be a battle between the subtotal and the deadlift. Especially when Adrian's bench opener is moving like that. Some lifters, for those at home, do better between the squat and bench, and some lifters are purely deadlifters.
Yeah, a lot of shakeup can happen in the deadlift event. And some people do like a nice, easy opening deadlift and take big jumps in the dead.
Absolutely.
Could be some shakeups. 135 for Ian Bett to kick off his bench press day. This will be the final opening bench, and then we'll start the second round.
Very fast opener.
3 white lights. And start back at the top of the order with Chevy, 100 kilos even for a second attempt. 5 kilo jump. Wow. 5 kilos barely slowed him down.
Yeah, wow. I think him and his handler are surprised by that. Must be having a good day.
112.5 kilos being loaded now for Ethan Campbell in the 74 kilo class.
Oh yes, Chevy put in a 7.5 kilo jump.
That
for
makes
that third.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That 100 kilos was very smooth and quick for a second attempt. $115 now being loaded for Angelo in the 74 kilo class. 5 kilo jump.
Solid second attempt.
Solid second. Angelo, 5 more kilos towards his total. That's 115 kilos. Stays on the bar for Ryan Mood, also in the 74s.
Attempts are definitely starting to get more difficult as these lifters build their total. As long as it isn't a complete max out, then I think it's good for attempts.
Yeah, we haven't had any missed second attempts yet in flight 2. 125 being loaded for Brendan.
We haven't had any missed attempts at all, actually, for this flight.
That's right.
Green across the board.
Brennan trying to get himself onto the podium for the 74s. He's getting close. Might be able to gain some ground in the bench press event. Hasn't missed a lift yet. And it looks like he's going 5 for 5. If he's going to get on the podium for the 74s, he's given himself the best possible opportunity with this kind of attempt selection.
Absolutely. As we can see, Adrian does have him on squat and bench. But if he can keep making attempts, he can try and close that gap when it comes to deadlift.
Yeah, he's opening 15 kilos ahead. And, you know, like we said several times before, a big deadlifter's never out of the hunt. 135 kilos Mark in the 74s also finds himself in a bit of a battle here. In the projected, just 2.5 kilos separates him from Fred Callahan. Three white lights.
Fred did opt to take a 10-kilo jump on his attempt. He will be up after Dami.
Yeah, very interested in seeing how that 10-kilo jump is handled by Fred.
Yes.
He's in a battle. He's getting pressed. This is going to be a pivotal 10 kilos for him. But first, 135 by Demi in the 120 pluses.
$15-kilo jump here.
15 kilos, yeah.
Yeah, as we
Yeah,
mentioned
same as
before.
his squat. Wow.
Okay.
He could probably take another 15.
Yeah, him and his coach are taking the same approach with a squat. Ramping up for a big third.
137.5 by Fred Callahan. $10-kilo jump. It'll be interesting if he gets it, just how much more he has left in him.
Yes. We do have Mark and his coach, Luke Birmingham, watching from the sideline.
Oh, wow. Move like a second attempt should. 10 kilos handled nicely. $140 now being loaded for Jerome. Back into the 120 pluses.
Dami does choose to go up another 15 kilos.
And honestly, that looks about right to me.
Yeah. If big jumps are the plan, then I think that's the guy to do it. Wow.
It's a long way up and down. 3 white lights.
Jerome is happy with that one for sure.
And 140 kilos stays on the bar. Adrian Chung in the 74-kilo class for a second attempt. 5-kilo jump for him.
Ryan, this is almost a 2 times bodyweight bench press. Not quite, but not far off of it.
Adrian in a bit of a battle with Brendan for that bronze medal. Who's going to get onto the podium?
Wow. That was a good second attempt.
And 142.5 for the final second attempt by Ian Bett in the 120 pluses. And after this, we will begin the third and final round of benching in Flight 2.
Adrian opting to jump 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, Adrian definitely builds on that subtotal. And then once we get into the deadlifts, it's another story for Brennan.
Good bench from Ian.
3 white lights, and we're on to the third and final round of benching. $107.5 being loaded for Chevy. This is the 74 kilo class.
Now again, typically you don't see a bigger gap between a second and third attempt, but Chevy's second attempt moved very smooth.
Do you think the reason why the gap is bigger is because the second attempt moved better than they anticipated?
Absolutely, especially with these junior lifters, they peak erratically in a good way. Where all of a sudden on meet day, they recover from all that fatigue, and they are just the strongest version of themselves ever.
Yeah, I've peaked erratically in a bad way sometimes, and that's
There it is.
3 white lights, and it pays off. 6 for 6 so far for Chevy.
Ethan Campbell taking a 5 kilo jump, going from 112.5 up to 117.5.
Ethan also looking to go 6 for 6. Oh, it's a scrap.
Ooh.
Little bit of a pause on the way up. I didn't see down up, neither did the judges. And 3 white lights.
For those of you at home that are watching, it is okay if the bar stops moving, but there can be no downward motion.
120 now being loaded for Angelo in the 74 kilo class. Angelo 2 for 3 in the squat event. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the bench press. Oh, it's a struggle.
Good
And they had
catch
to
by
take
the
it.
spotters.
Same weight will stay on the bar for Ryan Mood, also in the 74 kilo class. Ryan, 5 for 5 so far. Looking to throw another 5 kilos onto his total with this third and final bench press. Wow. Pretty smooth for a third attempt. What do you think?
Little bit of a fight, but yeah, 100%. Didn't stop moving at all. Maybe had even another 2.5 in him.
Now, 130 kilos being loaded for Brandon. So far, 5 for 5. Looking at the bigger picture here, this will put Brennan at 532.5 in the projected forecast. In third place. Oh, wow. No, that would be, where are we looking here? There, 545 by Adrian. Bit of a gap. Brennan's he's got the bigger deadlift. When you have the bigger deadlift, you want to be a little bit cautious in the bench press. Grab the kilos you can.
Oh, grinds through it.
Yeah, he grinds through it, and that was a perfect attempt selection. I hesitated for a second. I wanted to see the lights first, but it was perfect attempt selection as he goes 6 for 6, and with a 15-kilo gap on the opening deadlifts. Reason to believe, if you're a Brendan fan, he might be able to pull ahead and still end up on the podium. This makes Adrian's third bench press pretty pivotal because that's 7.5 kilos he could use to discourage Brendan.
Yes. As for his previous attempt, I think 5 would have been a safe choice. 7.5 is definitely bold, but we'll see where it goes. We do have Mark, which is he is in contention for first.
Yeah, 142.5 loaded for Mark's third and final. He hits that. And if the forecast is to be believed, and again, people can change their deadlift openers, and that shakes everything up. And sometimes people purposely put fake deadlift openers to skew your game plan throughout the day and throw these forecasts all out the window, and that's happened. I've seen that several times. 145 for Fred Callahan. 7.5 kilo jump. Currently pacing for first place.
Yes. Fred needs to hit this in order to get some protection during deadlift, as Mark is opening 2.5 higher than.
Oh, it's a bit of a fight, and it pauses halfway. Proves to be just a little too much today, and that really does change the conversation, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Mark has 2.5 kilos up on the subtotal, opening 2.5 kilos higher on deadlift. Not to say that he is gonna win, but he definitely has the upper
It's
chance.
by far not to say he's going to win. Let's not start counting
Absolutely
our
not.
chickens
No.
just yet. There's a lot that can happen. It is a very close race.
Yes.
And 147.5 for Jerome in the 120 pluses. Yeah, that's a big man. By all standards, sir.
15 seconds left on the clock.
The range of motion on this bench press.
Oh, just
No,
a
it's
little
coming
bit
back
too
down,
much.
yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to pass coming back down like that, even if he regained momentum. Good catch by the spotters. As a prep 147.5 for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class. Adrian currently being projected in third, but it's contested. He could really use the 7.5 kilos. Because Brendan, he's gaining ground and has a bigger deadlift.
Wow.
Wow. That's a pivotal 7.5 kilos added towards the total.
Absolutely. That was a good call by Adrian and his team.
And 147.5 will stay on the bar for Ian Bett in the 120 pluses. Not sure what he's telling the side spotter.
Yeah, interesting.
That's not the handoff, man.
No, it is not. A little bit too much for him.
And 150 being loaded for Demi in the 120 pluses. Our final bench of the day.
$15-kilo jump from his second.
Yeah, 15-kilo jump to the second, 15-kilo jump to the third. That's a 30-kilo spread in the bench press.
Which, again, I think we know him and his team's plan. Save it for that last attempt. Make 1 and 2 fairly easy.
The way 135 moved, I wouldn't bet against this 150. But the bigger the jumps, the harder it is to see and predict. Oh, no.
Loses the groove, unfortunately. That wraps up bench press for this session. We will be heading into intermission for 10 minutes. We will be back with Flight A deadlifts.
And welcome back to the 2023 OPA Provincial Championships, where we have the 66 kilo class juniors. Liam Swing with 150 kilos, hit their opening poles. $152.5 being loaded for Harry Farnsworth in the 59 kilo class. Smooth opening pull for Harry. $160 kilos now being loaded for Alex Van in the 53 kilo class.
Wow, for Alex, this is a over 3 times body weight opener.
Yeah, Alex weighing in at 49 kilos.
Taking his time, nailing his setup. Wow.
Oh, that was smooth. And here's the thing when it comes to the sumo deadlift, and I've talked to some lifters about it. It can be so fast, sometimes too fast, and we've seen Nick Manners even at the World Championships. Nick, phenomenal deadlifter, opening pull, speed wobble at the top, little down up, loses the lift, has to retake that weight.
Absolutely. Sometimes, you're right, that lockout is so snappy that it pulls you back down. And
whereas the conventional pullers, it's a little more consistent, and you're able to fight a little more. But your feet are directly beneath you in standing position, so that makes sense. And Aziz, 205, in the middle of a battle for that 66 kilo title. Easy work now. You don't want to lean too far back. You can end up opening up your knees, and there's another thing that sometimes lifters will do. Lock it out, unlock it.
yep.
Happens to the best of them. We even saw Jesus Oliveira struggle with that a little bit at the World Championships 2022 in South Africa. Totally correct that and smash it in Sheffield. Happens to the best of them, sir.
Yes, that is why it's always best to choose an opener that you're going to be comfortable with, but too light at max effort, sometimes things get thrown off. You never know.
And those are the little things as well that when you repeatedly, if you do these kind of things when you're in prep, lean back too far, unlock the knees, and sometimes you're completely unaware of it, come to a competition like this, get audited by the judges, and find out the hard way.
That is true. Most people think about things like depth and pausing their bench.
Yeah.
But these are small things that may be overlooked during a prep.
Very rarely do people get called out in training for, look, at your knees are soft before you get the squat command, or after you get you do your squat for the re-rack. 210 for Kurt. Keofila in the 66 kilo class. Kurt battling for the 66 kilo title. That looks smooth.
With Kurt hitting his opener, he is only 5 kilos behind Aziz, who is in first. Kurt did open with 210, 5 kilos heavier than Aziz. So we'll see where his second attempt brings him.
Yeah, 5 kilos is a very close race in the deadlift event. It's going to be interesting because the last deadlift, as we all know, you can have placeholders in place. You could change your last deadlift 2 times. 225 for David Karagovsky in the 120 kilo class. David makes easy work of his opener.
Very fast.
$245 for Robert Pinella's opening deadlift at 120 kilos.
I believe he is on pace for a total PR here.
Wow.
Good
It's
opener.
easy work of that. $267.5 now being loaded for Adriano Silva Revilla in the 120 kilo class.
Currently sitting in third place.
Went 6 for 6 in the subtotal. Looking to go 7 for 7 and solidify that total. Three white lights and he's good. 272.5 being loaded for Ethan.
We do have Ethan versus Daniel back on the platform. Again, Ethan is in the lead by 12.5 kilos.
Yeah, the story, it ended off close with them both opening very, very similarly. The difference being Ethan hasn't missed yet, and unfortunately Daniel's missed at a 50% rate. It's not over. We still got deadlifts.
That is very true. And Ryan, for these guys in the 120 class, 12.5 kilos is nothing to them. They can make up that ground in one attempt.
275 for Daniel's opening pull. Smooth pull. Both gentlemen are on the board. And we're into the second round of deadlifts. Everybody's got their total secure. Now they can start taking bigger jumps and try to cover some ground, swap medals And 155 for Liam's swing as we are going to swing into the 66 kilo class. Liam right now in third position for the 66s. Three white lights, and it's a good lift. And 160 being loaded now for Harry Farnsworth in the 59 kilo class.
That is typically what you would see out of a second attempt.
Smooth second attempt for Harry. And 172 being loaded for Alex Van in the 53 kilo class. Again, keep in mind, Alex weighing in at 49.07 kilos.
Another smooth attempt out of Alec.
Yeah, he handled that 12.5 kilos pretty good.
You think he could have another 10 in him?
I was thinking another 10.
Plus, it's a nice milestone, you know, 182. It's the power.
Yeah, that's 400 pounds.
Yeah.
For a 49 kilo lifter. I think 182 is a reasonable ask.
Oh, 100%.
And 212.5 for Aziz, who is currently in first place in the 66s, but it's a battle.
So if successful, Aziz will have a 505 total. And as we can see, Kurt actually opts to go up 10 kilos for his second.
Fast off the ground. Gets a little slow at the lockout. How many more kilos do you think he has?
I would say in a battle this close, 5. If he was the one being pushed, I could argue with maybe another 7.5. But right now, he's the one to beat. I'd go for the guaranteed kilos. 7.5 it is.
7.5 kilos. Well, they feel the pressure being applied by Kurt. Let's see how well 220 moves. Kurt's got the bigger deadlift. He gets to pull last. Oh, this is a change of events. Everything changes all of a sudden, like. That is surprising the way 210 moved.
Interesting, yes. I did not see that coming.
He's got one more pull, but that looked like it didn't budge at all.
Yes. And currently, as it stands, Aziz is still in the lead. Kurt almost needed to hit that and hit it well in order to push Aziz into something.
He's uncomfortable with.
Exactly.
235 for David. Three white lights, and that's a satisfying unclasping of the belt.
20-kilo jump here.
Yeah, 265 for Robert. Panella jumping from 245 in his opener. He made easy work of that 245, though.
Yeah,
I think 20 kilos is probably appropriate.
we're definitely getting into more of his wheelhouse here.
Three white lights, and it's good.
Very interested to see his third attempt. Very fast off the floor. Takes a little bit to lock it out, but gets it done.
275 for Adriano in the 120s. Three white lights.
So Ryan, we have something really interesting happening here. Ethan goes up by 10 kilos. We have Daniel going up by 15.
Daniel's trying to cover ground.
Yeah,
If Ethan misses and Daniel hits, Daniel suddenly takes the lead. And wouldn't that be something?
absolutely. Ethan is not safe yet.
But is Daniel just gambling because he has to? Daniel on the sidelines watching Ethan's pull here. Well, that was pretty smooth. Three white lights. Now I'm intrigued. Can Daniel start to cover ground? What a story that would be if he had was missing so often earlier. Deadlifts goes 3 for 3 and can mitigate that gap and perhaps even surpass Ethan.
Maybe Daniel has his deadlift as his secret weapon. We will have to see here.
290. 15-kilo jump.
Ethan again goes up 10 kilos for his third attempt.
This is a pivotal pull for Daniel.
Ooh,
And he hits when he needs to.
wow.
Keeps the hope alive. But the last pull is going to have to be Titanic.
Yes, wow.
I think his team is just going to load up that he beats what Ethan's at right now and just apply pressure to make Ethan hit his third.
There you go. So yes, they loaded 25 kilos above his second attempt.
They're going to have placeholders, though, because it's the last deadlift, and you could change it twice.
Now, I will say, based off of his second attempt, he does look like a deadlifter that can grind very well. But again, we'll have to see, especially if Ethan can't make that third attempt.
Liam Swing, 165 for his third and final attempt. $165 stays on the bar for Harry Farnsworth in the 59 kilo class. Looking to finish his day with 410. And if you're interested, that's good enough to put him on the podium a weight class up.
So Ryan, after both squatting and benching, coming up to your third attempt deadlift, how are athletes feeling at this point, this deep into a meet?
It depends on the athlete. If you're in the midst of a battle and it's very stressful, it can be very draining. But some athletes just shut it off and don't pay attention to what the other athletes are doing. Not the case with some of these competitors. We've seen them come to the platform and watch the other competitors pull, squat, and bench. Everybody's different. Nicely done.
Third attempt. Get some 3 white lights.
$185 now being loaded for Alex Van, 49 kilo lifter, about to pull 407
407 pounds.
in freedom units.
Yeah.
For the
Over
gym
4
bros,
plates.
that's 4 plates.
Yeah. This
Not bad. That
is-
would raise some eyebrows in a couple gyms if this
Oh,
young man shows
absolutely.
up, starts pulling like that.
especially at 49 kilos of body weight.
Moral victory, though, at passing the gym. I like that he, even though he knew there was down up, this ain't going to pass, but I'm going to lock this up for me. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. You could tell he is happy. Going to his coach with a big smile despite missing the lift.
Finish the job. Even if you know it's not going to pass, finish the job.
Absolutely.
It makes a difference. And 220 being loaded for Kurt. Currently in second position in the 66s. It'll put another 10 kilos on his total, and it'll cross into the 500 kilo threshold. Nice milestone to hit. Now, initially, this didn't move for him, and it was a little surprising, but some adjustments, you'd be surprised. Not today.
Oh, unfortunately, like I said, it has been a long day for these lifters, and some of them just run out of gas. It is what it is.
220 kilos stays on the bar for Aziz. This is your 66 kilo provincial champion. Almost came over with his headphones on.
Looks like he sniffed some ammonia a little too hard.
I'm not sure if they told him he's already won the battle or. Oh,
Ooh.
stuck at the knees.
Nothing gained, but also nothing lost. Good day for him. Over 500 kilo total. Can't be mad at that.
And the success rate is rather low in the third run of polls, gotta be said.
Yeah.
These
Gets it past his knees. Wow.
right there.
Crossing into the 600-pound deadlift territory. Locks it out. It's a good lift. We have Adriano also trying to go 9 for 9.
On medal position for the 120s.
Perfect attempt selection.
Right down to the 99.
So we now have Ethan Ackerman going for 292 kilos. Yes, whatever happens here, expect an attempt change from Daniel. Grinds it. Good lift.
It's going to be a big ask. 7.5 jump and 90 was worth. It's a Titanic ask, but it's you're risking nothing. The silver medal's confirmed.
Yes, if successful, he will tie Ethan, but Daniel is lower in body weight.
What is going 1 for 3 in squats, bench. Oh, is he too much, but that was a lot of heart shown by
Absolutely.
Daniel. Did exactly what you're supposed to do. Load up, pull for the win. He got it up to his knees and got stuck there, refusing to give. Left it all on the platform. And that was a pretty good, that was a battle that lived up to the hype.
Absolutely. The best part is, I know they are still friends, still rooting for each other. Probably share some words over their Instagram stories again.
Yeah, there's always next time as well. It ain't over yet. As we move directly into flight 2. And back to the openers we go. With 180 loaded for Chevy Raymer in the 74 kilo class. Oh my gosh.
Chevy hasn't missed yet, and it looks like he's trying to continue that streak.
$190 now being loaded for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class. Also hasn't missed.
Yes. Now remember, Adrian does have some competition coming for him in Brandon. He is currently 17.5 kilos up. Brandon is opening 10 kilos above him.
Yeah. So you do the math there. Things can shake up real quick.
But if Adrian keeps pulling like that, I think he's safe in that third spot.
We shall see.
Sounds like there was a fourth attempt in the back room.
The fourth attempt warm-up room. The legendary. Mythical.
Yes.
Fourth attempt in the warm-up room. I remember Canada's Aurélie at the World Championships went back for a fourth attempt and it would have got her on the podium. It is what it is.
And it looked good too.
Yeah, oh, it looked solid, but
Like you said, hindsight is 2020.
tight. 195. Oh, a little wobble at the top. Ethan. What did the judges say? Did they like the wobble? Was it? I mean, shoulders wobbling and the bar going down up aren't always the same thing. 3 whites.
We got Brandon coming now with 200 kilos on his opener.
Currently in 4th place, but definitely within striking distance of getting on that podium.
Yeah, just like we witnessed with the 66 kilo battle, anything can happen.
Another little wobble at the top. See if it costs them.
Again, like you mentioned, the shoulders wobbling at the top doesn't always mean that the bar goes down.
That's right.
The face he makes at the bottom of the deadlift is deceptive, as he looks like he's putting in a lot of effort, but it's moving fast. Solid opener from Angelo. Now we got the first and second place competitors in the 74 junior weight class starting their deadlifts. Off subtotals, we got Mark Halka up by 2.5 kilos. Frederick Callahan is just behind him with 365 for his subtotal. Frederick is approaching the bar with 212. This is only 2.5 kilos under Mark. So it's going to be a tight one. Yes, Mark needs to make sure that he can hold this lead. Again, with openers, it is hard to tell the top end. So Frederick goes up to 225. That is a 12.5 kilo increase. We will see what Mark goes to. Now, Dami has been opening super light for each lift. 230 kilos. Probably going to move like an empty bar. Yep, there it is.
$262.5 being loaded for Jerome.
This is the final deadlift opener of the second flight.
And he makes easy work of that. And Jerome and Demi in a bit of a battle themselves.
See, it's hard to tell based off the forecasted total.
Yeah, just off of what they've already hit within 2.5 kilos. Forecasted, though, Jerome hasn't put in his attempt yet, so it's skewed what that's going to look like. Here we are.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
Demi is
it's
still-
turned into within 10 kilo
Wow.
battle. Those two skyscrapers, giants, titans, are battling it out.
Yeah, again, like
Battle
I
of the
said,
Giants, man. It's interesting.
based off those forecasted totals, it's very deceiving.
190 for Chevy. And Chevy's good. $202.5 kilos now being loaded for Adrian Chung in the 74 kilo class. Adrian currently in bronze medal position. Still got another round of deadlifts to go in the rest of the second. But thus far, looks like a sizable lead on Brendan.
With each attempt, Adrian seals his spot in third place. It's going to
Yeah.
take something really special out of Brendan.
It's
to try and
dashing
get
the hopes,
that.
isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
For a minute there, it looked like it might be a battle for that podium, but Adrian really putting a stamp on it in the deadlift session. 205 for Ethan Campbell.
Now, Ethan had a little bit of a scare on his first attempt. Let's hope he cleans it up here. That one was undeniable. Had to wait for the white lights there.
Picks up 10 kilos. $210 kilos loaded for Brandon. Nice smooth pull. $220 kilos now for Angelo in the 74s. Let's see how this moves. So far, that third attempt has been elusive for Angelo.
Looked like a pretty smooth second attempt. Definitely more in the tank.
What would you suggest?
5 would be the safe call. 7.5 could be there. I would actually go 7.5. 10 if he's feeling really bold.
Oh, wow. You know what they say about the bold?
What do they say, Ryan?
Fortune favors it. Fortune favors them. And he goes up 7.5. 225 for Ryan Mood in the 74 kilo class.
This is a 20 kilo jump from his opener.
It's a huge jump, especially the percentage one. Yeah, you're right. His facial expression would suggest this is going to be a scrap.
Yeah.
When he starts pulling and it's a little hesitant off the ground, you look at his face and you're like, oh my gosh, like what's about to happen? Smokes it. No issues.
Yeah, snaps right into place. So, this is really important for Frederick to secure. This would put his total at 590. Now we have Mark Halka going up 15 kilos. They are.
Advantage, of course, is I think he's gone up 50 kilos.
Mark now has the advantage of pushing Frederick into taking something he may not be comfortable with. He has a 7.5 kilo advantage. Yes. And it looks like Mark and his team also put in a placeholder.
$255 now for Dami in the 120 pluses. Again, Dami and Jerome in a bit of a battle here in the 120 pluses. Who's going to take silver? Who's going to take bronze?
Wow.
Plenty more in the tank. It puts a little bit of pressure on Jerome, who moves to 280 kilos for his second attempt, up from 262.5. Dami right now with 635. This will put Jerome at 625. Not unreasonable for Jerome to catch up. He will pull last. So if Dammy misses, Jerome's going to load exactly what he needs. It's going to come down to the very last pull. Who gets silver, who gets bronze.
Now, that is the risk with taking such big jumps between each attempt. If you miss your third, you will be stuck with your second.
And that moved pretty well. Yeah, he's a puller.
Now, Ryan, we already have some attempt changes put in. We have Mark Halka going 237.5. Frederick Callahan also going 237.5. If they are both successful, Mark beats him with a 605 total, only by 2.5 kilos.
Who's got lot number advantage? Fred does. So Fred gets to pull after him. And Fred also has body weight advantage.
Yes.
Those are two big advantages in this race right now.
Yeah. So even though Mark is in the lead, Fred has some chips to play with.
200 kilos for Chevy Reimer. Chevy finishing his day 9 for 9.
Adrian here attempting 210, securing his spot on the podium. Brandon is unfortunately just a little bit too far off.
Adrian can hit this. It'll finish with a 570 kilo total. There it is. $215, Ethan Campbell. Looking to go 9 for 9.
There has been no misses yet during these B-flight deadlifts.
Nicely done. And they got everything they could out of him.
Yes, again, really good attempt selection.
And 225 being loaded for Brendan. He also will go 9 for 9 should he hit this. Finishing off with a 557.5 kilo total.
This is a very big jump. 15 kilos. Good fight, locks it out.
Again, perfect attempt selection. There was no more kilos to be added on, and they left
Absolutely.
nothing on the table. 227.5 being loaded for Angelo.
Everyone has been making their third attempts on their own accord. That is about to change soon with Mark and Frederick coming up shortly.
Three white lights.
Secured
And-
himself
yeah,
500 pound.
Angelo securing that third attempt that eluded him in the squat and the
Yes.
bench press.
You are right.
235 kilos now for Ryan Mood. $10-kilo jump, 225 move well. I think he's going to have this 10-kilo jump.
There it is.
That should do it.
Ryan is very much a deadlifter that once he gets the weight past his knees, it's gonna be locked out. All right, Ryan. So now we have Mark attempting 242.5 kilos. If successful, he will total 610, with Frederick Callahan not too far behind him.
Mark locks out 242.5, finishes his day with 610. And Fred Callahan attempting 245, which will put him at 610.
Does.
And on body weight, tie will go to Fred. And this is for the dramatic conclusion of the 74-kilo junior class. He locks it out. 3 white lights. What a sensational battle in the 74-kilo junior class for the Ontario provincial title.
Fred Callahan pulls for the win. We're closing up here with the last 3 lifters of the day. Our 120 plus juniors. Starting it off with Ian Bett, 250 kilos loaded on the bar.
Nice pull. And Ian Beck going 3 for 3 in the deadlifts.
Oh,
So, Dami, 277.5 to give him 657.5 in a potential first place in the 120 pluses. Holy smokes. Totally looking past his battle with Jerome. Now, obviously, should Demi miss, the door completely swings open for Jerome. And what does Jerome? I think Jerome's not going to try to catch up to first place. Can you imagine Demi pulls this off? A 22.5 kilo jump for first place.
if there is a lifter that can do it, it would be Dami. He's been taking huge jumps all day. 20 kilo jumps on squat, 15 kilo jumps on bench.
Trailing the majority of the day to pull for the win in the end. And he has been conserving his energy. Has he been conserving it for this final Titanic pull? Oh, wow, I think he might have done it. Whoa! Come from behind victory for Dami.
Wow, that was amazing.
What a dramatic... I said dramatic finish, but there's one more
Yes.
lifter left to go. It's never over until the end, huh?
Wow, I did not see that coming. That is why it's important to have your game day coach constantly looking at the scoreboard.
And 295 for Jerome. He's secure in his bronze medal position.
This is also the heaviest deadlift of the day. Lines it up, hips push through.
Nice final pull by Jerome. 295 it is.
And with that, that is the conclusion of day 2 OPA Junior Provincials. Thank you, Ryan, for accompanying me today. We will be back tomorrow bright and early. Tomorrow we have the 83 kilo juniors as well as the 105 juniors in the morning, and then second session will be the 93 kilo juniors. Can't miss out on that. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.